Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Testing 1 2 3. Mic check for the barn area 1 2. Check check check. Barn area, you can bring them out. First of two qualifiers, we're ready to go. Qualifier 1, you can bring them out to the track. Barn area, we're ready for the first of two qualifiers. Bring them out for the first qualifier. We're ready. Mic check, 1, 2, mic check, 1, 2. I did not. Jordan Patton instead of Jerome Daniels. Jordan Patton. 3460. Okay. First of two qualifiers. The horses have arrived for the first of the two qualifiers, just moments away from a start. In the first of the two qualifiers, scratch number 2, Goshen Trail Art. Scratch the 2, Goshen Trail Art from the first qualifier. Also, we've got a driver change on the 3, Goshen Trail Lou. Make that driver now Jordan Patton. Jordan Patton drives the 3, Goshen Trail Lou. So we're left with a field of 5 here as the starter. Team DeRose is called for the horses to line up. The 1 is Fox Valley Side Job, Cornelius Cabot aboard. The 2 is scratched once again. The 3, Goshen Trail Lou. Note the driver change there to Jordan Patton. And Jordan Patton on the 3, Goshen Trail Lou. The 4 is Magic in March with Juan Franco between the wheels. The 5 is Allie's Got Grit, Kurt Grummel aboard. And the 6 is Booyah Boo and Demarius Wakefield. The first of two qualifiers. The first qualifier, a trot and pace, and the gates rolling. Here they come for the first of two qualifiers here in Quoin. There they go. Often trotting and pacing in the far outside. Booyah Boo trotting out for that early lead, but now Fox Valley Side Job hustles up very quickly from the inside. So as they corner into the first turn, Fox Valley Side Job has got the early lead as they trot and pace midway into the turn. Sitting there in a second, that's a Magic in March, a first-time starter. A gap of 2 lengths then to Booyah Boo, followed there by Allie's Got Grit and the early trailer. That's a Goshen Trail Lou. They're past the quarter, heading up the backside in the first of two qualifiers here this afternoon, and continuing to pave the way, Fox Valley Side Job with Cornelius Cabot aboard, opening quarter 30-4. And as they race down toward the half-mile mark, Fox Valley Side Job continuing to pave the way here, continuing to track that leader. That's the 2-year-old filly Magic in March. One from there comes a Booyah Boo. A gap of about a length and a half then to Kurt Grummel, and that's Allie's Got Grit, and then 2 more lengths back to Goshen Trail Lou. So they're past the half, they're heading into that far turn, and it is still Fox Valley Side Job showing the way with Cornelius Cabot the half, 101-2. They've got 3/8 of a mile to go. Fox Valley Side Job extending that lead now to 2 from a Magic in March second. A gap of 2.5 now to Booyah Boo in third, and that's got Grummel now moving to the outside here with Allie's Got Grit about 4 from the leader, and now it's at least 6 or 7 back to the trailer, Goshen Trail Lou. They're past 3/4, coming to the top of the lane. 3/4 time coming up here, 131-2. Out of the turn and kicking for home. It is with the lead, Fox Valley Side Job. Toward the inside, that's a Magic in March trying to hold second. Grandstand side comes Allie's Got Grit. Midway down the lane here, Fox Valley Side Job holding clear by 3. And then back along the inside comes a Booyah Boo into second. Deep stretch. Fox Valley Side Job will win it. Tight for second here. Might have been Booyah Boo over Allie's Got Grit. And then away back to Magic in March, about another 8 lengths there. And then a similar gap back to the trailer, finishing 5th in the qualifier, Goshen Trail Lou. Final time here, 2 minutes, 2/5. Fox Valley Side Job. Qualifier 1 in the books. Fox Valley Side Job was your qualifying winner. Scratch the 2, Goshen Trail Art. And Goshen Trail Lou finished 5th. Magic in March 4th. Alley's Got Grit was 3rd. Booyah Boo 2nd. Top Down Reads 1 scratch. 5, 4, 3, and 2 on the bottom. Here's the fractions from the first of 2 qualifiers on a fast track here today. 30 and 4 for the quarter. The half 101 and 2. 3/4 in 131 and 2. And the final time here for the first qualifier, a trot and pace. The pacer, Fox Valley Side Job, 2 minutes, 2/5. All right, barn area, we're ready to go for the second and final qualifier here today. Just a field of 3. You can bring them on out. A field of 3 up next for the second and final qualifier of the day. Second and final qualifier of the day has arrived onto the track. We'll just wait for the track crew to get their job done, and they'll be ready to go for the second and final qualifier of the day. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling for our second and final qualifier of the day. We've got a field of three all on the pace here. They include the one Buck Art. Note the driver change here to Mike Rogers. Mike Rogers on the one Buck Art. The two is Fox Valley Kia with Phil Knox. And the three, Rock Steady Ron. Walter Holmes the third aboard. Here they come. There they go, often pacing, and Rock Steady Ron going to drive out for that early lead as they head on into that turn from the inside of Buck Art, going to get away second, and then to the inside, that's a Fox Valley Kia third, and Buck Art's intent on getting the lead here, and going to now force, that is Rock Steady Ron to land in the pocket, and will. A length away from there, that's the Fox Valley Kia, who goes along in third as they head toward the opening quarter, a trio of pacers here, heading to the opening quarter. They're being led by Buck Art. Mike Rogers has picked up the drive. He's between the wheels here today, sitting in that two-hole trip. That is a Rock Steady Ron, the old-timer. Going along, racing in third is Fox Valley Kia. That first quarter over the fast track, 29-4. So they're heading down the backside, marching toward the half-mile mark, and it's a Buck Art, who continues to pave the way here. Content with that two-hole trip is Rock Steady Ron. No change in the racing order. Phil Knox and Fox Valley Kia third. Just two from the lead, and now moving to the outside as they hit the half-mile mark. And as they race past the half toward the far turn, on the inside, Buck Art now going to be challenged here by Fox Valley Kia. Now just a neck away. Right there, tucked up in the garden spot is Rock Steady Ron. 3/8 of a mile to go. Buck Art leads a nose up on the outside. Fox Valley Kia is turning up the heat off a half of 101 as they head toward the three-quarter pole. Buck Art along the inside leads it a neck. Right there, Fox Valley Kia. And now Walter Holmes the third and Rock Steady Ron are looking to make it a line of three as they come to the top of the lane. They're past three quarters, 1:30-4. Midway down the lane now, driving on that lead. With the lead here, it is on the inside. Buck Art drifting out a little to the outside. It's a Fox Valley Kia, and then Rock Steady Ron. Fox Valley Kia keeps on coming. On the inside, Buck Art clinging to that lead. Fox Valley Kia and Buck Art, it will be Fox Valley Kia, I believe, to win it by a short nose here. It was Buck Art second, and then about six back to Rock Steady Ron. Looked like it was on the outside, Fox Valley Kia, 2 minutes flat. Second and final qualifiers in the books. In that qualifier, number 2, Fox Valley Kia, the winner in that photo by a long nose at the end of it all. Fox Valley Kia, your qualifying winner. Here's the official placings from that qualifier. Buck Art was second. Fox Valley Kia, your qualifying winner. Rock Steady Ron wound up third. Here's the fractions, 29-4. The half, 101. Three-quarter time in 1:30-4. And the mile in that second and final qualifier, Fox Valley Kia, 2 minutes flat. – Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. At this time, we ask you to please rise, remove your caps. It's time to honor America with the playing of our national anthem. Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Suburban Downs at the Quoin for a 19-race card here this afternoon. A special welcome to all those fans joining us here on track. A special thank you for joining us here today. For our live streaming fans here today, joining us from wherever you may be joining us from. Special thanks once again to the IHHA for their sponsorship of our live stream, which is put on by the company Trot and Pace of Marketing. And once again, Don and the team do a great job of live streaming the races for you today. 19 in total. Let's set the scene for you here today. We've got clear skies, the track rated fast. Can't believe it's the middle of October. Temperature is in the low 80s. We've got a light breeze blowing, not enough to be a factor. So those with the program, we're going to go through the changes that we have so far at the present time. Not a whole lot to report going on, but let's move into the program here and see what we've got going on today. Race 1 is clear. Turn to the second race. In the second race today, scratch transportation, scratch number 4, Captain Better. Scratch the 4, Captain Better, due to transportation. Also make a program note in that second race on number 8, Suma Luck. Note the horse is back on Lacex. The 8, Suma Luck, in race 2 is back on Lacex. In the third race today, a trot. Please note an equipment adjustment here for number 2, Zamboni. No hobbles. No hobbles on the 2, Zamboni, here this afternoon in race number 3. Now turn to the fourth race. In the fourth race this afternoon, we do have a driver change for number 6, Valdiona. Make the driver Jaquavian Carter. Jaquavian Carter now drives number 6, Valdiona, in race number 4. No changes in the 5th or 6th. Now turn to race 7. In the 7th race today, we do have an owner line correction with reference to number 2, Captain Nate. The owner line should read owned by Richard Finn along with Casey and Eric Gronbeck. That's an owner line correction for number 2, Captain Nate, in race 7. Make the owner line read owned by Casey and Eric Gronbeck along with Richard Finn. No changes in races 8, 9, or 10. Now move to the 11th. In the 11th race this afternoon, scratch due to lameness, number 3, Totally True. Scratch number 3, Totally True, lame, out of race 11. No changes in the 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, or 16th race. Now turn to race 17. And in the 17th race, scratch number 5, Toughest of the Tough, Transportation. That's a scratch in race 17, scratch number 5, Toughest of the Tough, scratch due to transportation. No changes in races 18 or 19. Well, we're ready to go. Let's get this 19 race marathon underway. Barn area, you can bring them out for race 1. We're looking for 2-year-old pacing fillies. That's race number 1 is up next. Bring them out, barn area. Race 1 of 19 up next. Horses making their way onto the racetrack for the first of 19 here this afternoon. The opener is a 2-year-old event for fillies. A field of 7 lining up in here. They include the 1, Montana Big Sky, owned by Isaac Love along with Miss Perry Tillman Jr. Isaac Love trains and drives. The 2 is ERM Rose, owned by Doug Bowen along with Troy Markert. Doug Bowen trains and Travis Seekman handles the lines. 3 is D's the Last Champion, owned by Bob and Diane McCabe. Bob McCabe trains. Casey Leonard in the driver's seat. 4, Twirlin' My Hair, owned by Mary Van Boven and Jay Van Boven, Jim Eaton and Robert Silverberg. Jim Eaton trains Brandon Bates in the bike. 5, Hallie Ray, owned by Shelley Graham. Tom Graham Jr. trains. Cordarius Stewart will catch drive. The 6 horses Searching for My Soul, owned by Team Avanetti, Wyatt Lane and Dave Avanetti, who also trains. Wyatt Avanetti will drive. And rounding out the field of 7 is Restless Angel, owned by Ernest Sork, along with Noreen and Sean Nessa. Sean trains. Jordan Patton will drive. Team DeRouse has called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. It's a field of 7 and 2-year-old fillies all on gate. Suburban Downs at Quoin, the first of 19. It's showtime. There we go. Often pacing, Searching for My Soul from the far outside. Hustling up toward the inside. Now comes ERM Rose as they corner into the turn. Searching for My Soul quickly off the wings, out for the early lead. That is ERM Rose coming away second. D's Last Champion and Casey Leonard landed in third. Twirling My Hair fourth. A gap of 2 to Hallie Ray. Then Restless Angel. And from post 1, trailing about 4 lengths back, that's Montana Big Sky. Past the opening quarter now as they head up the backside, and they're being led there by Wyatt Avanetti and Searching for My Soul gonna call the shots. Opening quarter over the fast track, 28 and 4, and as they race down the backside, content with the 2-hole trip here right now is ERM Road. A gap to about 2 lengths here is D's the Last Champion. 1 from there, Twirling My Hair going along in fourth, about 4 from the lead. It's 2.5 back to Hallie Ray. Restless Angel taking a peek to the outside, 9 lengths from the leader, and the trailer's Montana Big Sky. Just past the half, the field marches into the far turn. Searching for My Soul off a runner-up finish last time out, extending that lead here a little to a length and a half, off of a half, 59 and 2, 3/8 of a mile to go, and that is Searching for My Soul. Looking to take it coast to coast, right there in a second. That's ERM Road. Now Casey Leonard pulled on the right line, and that moving to the outside. outside is D's last champion. Restless Angels made up a lot of ground. Now second over. Only 3.5 from the leader. Staying along the insides, twirling my hair, and then back to Helly Ray. Three-quarter time, 1:28.2 as they come spinning out of the turn and down the lane with that lead from the outside. Here still driving is Searching for My Soul. Down along the inside, ERM Rose. Stalled D's last champion. Far outside is Twirling My Hair. Midway down the lane, going all the way to seal the deal. Searching for My Soul. 3-horse photo here. Twirling My Hair, Helly Ray late, and then it was D's last champion. Also in a photo here will be ERM Rose. But no doubt about the winner, Searching for My Soul. Gate to wire. Winning time, 1:57.1. Race 1 is in the books. Your race winner, the 6, Searching for My Soul. A 2-year-old bay filly, a daughter of Tall Dark Stranger. From the Some Beach Somewhere mare, Stonebridge Soul. The first win in 6 career starts for the rookie, Searching for My Soul. Bred by the Crawford Farms, Henderson Farms, and Bob Mundillo of New York, Illinois, and Ohio. Searching for My Soul is owned by Team Avenatti, Wyatt Lane, and Dave Avenatti, who's also the winning trainer. Winning driver, Wyatt Avenatti. Final time, 1:57.1. That will establish a life mark for Searching for My Soul. The official placings from the opener: Montana Big Sky 7th, ERM Rose finished 5th, D's last champion 3rd, Twirling My Hair was 2nd, Helly Ray wound up 4th, Searching for My Soul was your race winner, Restless Angel 6th, Recheck top down 7, 5, 3, 2, 4, 1, and 6 on the bottom. Here's the fractions for those keeping score over the fast track here today. 28-4 for the quarter. The half, 59-2. The three-quarter time was 1:28.2. Once again, establishing a life mark with the victory today. Searching for My Soul, 1:57.1. All right, barn area, you can bring them out for race 2. We've got 2-year-olds, conditioned 2-year-olds coming up here next. In this upcoming second race, scratch number 4, Captain Better Transportation scratch. And also note that the 8, Suma Luck, back on Lasag. All right, barn area, bring them out for race 2. We're ready. Race 2 is up next. Okay. While we await the arrival of the horses for race number 2, we'd like to remind everyone here on the front and back side that we do have a concession stand open. A food truck is available. It's been provided by Quoin, so once again, plenty of food and drink available for those here in the grandstand and for those in the barn area. It's located just behind the first turn here in the back side. So once again, we do have a food truck open for business here this afternoon. Horses making their way onto the racetrack for the second race. Conditioned 2-year-olds lining up in here. Once again, scratch the 4. Captain Better, a transportation scratch. So we're left with a field of 7 that include the 1, Dancing After Dark. It's 1 of 2 from the Provi Maxwell barn. This one owned by Phil Edmondson and Brandon Moore, driven by Jamaica Patton. The 2 is Bury Me in Georgia, 1 of 2 from the Nick Prather barn. This one races for Adrian Adam. Wyatt Avenetti looks for the first 2 of the day. 3 is Nick's MJ, owned by Carol and Diane Hayes. Carol Hayes trains, and Corderia Stewart, the pilot. Scratch the 4, Captain Better. 5, Special Model, the second of the Nick Prather trainees. This one races for Carolyn Wiley. Travis Seekman will do the driving. 6, Fox Valley Quincy, races for Craig Rhodes and Jim Ballinger. Mike Brent trains, Brandon Bates will catch drive. The 7, Odds on Anaconda, owned by David Arbo and Phil Cotton, who also trains, Matt Avenetti between the wheels. And rounding out the field, the second of the Provi Maxwell trained entry is the 8, Suma Luck, owned by Brandon Moore and Phil Edmondson, driven by Juan Franco. Note that the 8, Suma Luck, back on Lasix. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. With the scratch of the 4, Captain Better scratched down to a field of 7 conditioned 2-year-olds all on gate. Suburban Downs at the Quoin, race 2, race time. There they go. Often pacing off to a good start here. 4 or 5 wanting that early lead as they hustle on into that first turn from the inside. A Dancing After Dark right alongside. Now comes the Special Model, and Special Model driving on into that lead. Looking to back off and now land in third. Fox Valley Quincy. Suma Luck is continuing to drive on from the outside for Juan Franco as they head toward the opening quarter. On the outside, that is now Suma Luck taking the lead right at the quarter pole. Special Model now yielded for the 2-hole. Getting away racing in third, Dancing After Dark, followed by Fox Valley Quincy. That's odds on Anaconda sitting in fifth, 5 off the lead. A length and a half to Nick's MJ, and then it's about 4 or 5 back to the trailer. That's Bury Me in Georgia. Opening quarter, 28-3. Single file alignment up the backside they go. And now there's action in the backfield from the 3 spot. That is moving to the outside. Jamaica Patton and Dancing After Dark now are going to go after the leader, Suma Luck. So now it's the stablemates are sitting 1-2 here. The Provi Maxwell trained entry. Suma Luck the inside, and on the outside, a Dancing After Dark. The stablemates are going at it here into the far turn. They're past the half, 58-3. So it was only a 30 flat second quarter as they race into that far turn to the 3-quarter pole. Special Model lurking on the leader, looking to get back on the winning track here, just 2 off the lead. Then it's back to Fox Valley Quincy. On the outside, odds on Anaconda stalled about 6 from the lead, and Nick's MJ past the 3-quarters as they come to the top of the lane. 3-quarters, 126-4. Midway down the lane, under a drive, Suma Luck up on the outside and driving there. That is Dancing After Dark. They're still 1-2. The Provi Maxwell trainee up on the outside, a Special Model trying to close ground, but going to run out of racetrack. Suma Luck gonna win it from the stablemate. That was Dancing After Dark finishing in a second. Then it was Special Model, Fox Valley Quincy. Looks like Nick's MJ got up for the nickel. Probably Maxwell goes 1-2 right here. Winning time, how about 155 and 1. Race 2 is in the books. Your race winner, number 8, Suma Luck. Suma Luck, a 2-year-old bay colt by Summa Cum Laude. Out of the Shadow Play mare, Allison Sealster. It's the second one in 10 career starts for the 2-year-old Suma Luck. Bred by Alan Hirschberger of Ohio. Suma Luck is owned by Brandon Moore and Phil Edmondson of Fayetteville and Shelbyville, Tennessee. They finished 1-2, did the Provi Maxwell trainees as Dancing After Dark was second. Suma Luck, your race winner here today, establishing a new life mark with the victory, 155 and 1. Here's the official placings from race 2. Dancing After Dark, second. Bury Me in Georgia, 7th. Nick's MJ wound up 5th. Scratch, Captain Better due to transportation. Special Model, 3rd. Fox Valley Quincy, 4th. Odds on Anaconda, 6th. Suma Luck with Juan Franco aboard, your race winner, and back on Lasix. Top down reads 2-7-5. Scratch 3, 4, 6, and 1 on the bottom. The fractions were 28-3. The half, 58-3. Three-quarter time, 126-4. Once again, a new life mark here today for Sumalak, 155-1. All right, barn area, bring them out. We're going to go to the trot here for 2-year-old trotters, conditioned trotters, non-winners of 10,000. You can bring them out for race 3. The third race on the trot is next. Horses making their way onto the racetrack now for the third race. We're moving to the trot. 2-year-old trotters here, non-winners of 10,000, a field of 7. Note an equipment change here for the 2-horse Zamboni. Today trotting hobbles have been removed. No hobbles for the 2 Zamboni. So the field of 7 here include the 1, Lustrious Diamond, races for Jody Peacock along with Carol Reynolds. Rick Schrock trains and drives. The 2, Zamboni, owned and trained by Dennis Gardner, driven by Travis Siegman. 3, Best Bet Betting Valor, owned by Shelley Steele, Jerry Hansen, the trainer, Corderia Stewart, the pilot. 4, Lose a Venom, owned by the Flacco family farms, Roshan Trigg trains, Jaquavian Carter between the wheels. 5 is Arcade's Dictator, owned by MM&D Racing, Stan Swisher trains, Wyatt Evanetti will catch drive. 6 is Lou's Transporter, owned by the Flacco family farm, Steve Searles the trainer, Brandon Bates the driver. And rounding out the field of 7 is Sunburnt the Senorita, owned by Team Grummel, Kurt, Craig, and Leo. Kurt Grummel trains and reigns. Starters called for the trotters to line up. Gates rolling. It's a field of 7 2-year-olds, conditioned trotters all on gate. Suburban Downs at the Quoin, race 3. Post time. There they go. Often trotting from the center of the track, Arcade's a Dictator trots out for the early lead. Toward the inside comes a Zamboni as they corner into the turn. Up from the outside, Lou's Transporter on a break in the turn there. Arcade's a Dictator put a nasty break in and jumped it off and was taken to the outside. So as they head to the opening quarter pole now, Best Bet Betting Valor has taken that early lead as Zamboni's come away racing in second. As they approach the opening quarter, sitting back in third there, that is Lou's Transporter. 1 from there is Lou's Venom going along, racing into fourth, sitting in fifth, Lustrious Diamond. 1 from there, Sunburnt Senorita, back trotting the trailer, Arcade's Dictator. Opening quarter just 30-1 as they race midway up the backside, marching down to the half-mile pole, and that's Corderia Stewart. Best Bet Betting Valor on the lead, a length and a half. Zamboni, no hobbles today, right there tracking in second. A length away in third, that's Lou's Transporter. They've just passed the half, heading into the far turn. Remaining in fourth, Jaquavian Carter and Lou's Venom. Thinking about it though. Now to the outside comes Sunburnt Senorita, starting to make up some ground, about 6 to make up. Along the inside, Lustrious Diamond moving to the outside of that one. That's Arcade's Dictator as they head to the far turn. Half 101-1, racing into the far turn here, and it's still Best Bet Betting Valor holding that lead. In second there, that is Zamboni patiently waiting for Siegman. Sunburnt Senorita continuing to work it up on the outside as they come out of the turn, 3/4, 131 flat. Midway down the lane now, under an all-out drive. Best Bet Betting Valor holds that lead. Up on the outside, here comes Zamboni. Sunburnt Senorita moving up on the far outside. Midway down the lane here, on the far outside, Sunburnt Senorita, yes, in front to win it. Up for second was Lose a Transporter. Finishing third is Zamboni. And then it was Best Bet Betting Valor. And it looks like up for fifth there was Lose Venom. But it was Sunburnt Senorita back on the winning track. Winning time here, 2 minutes, 4/5. Race 3 is in the books. Your race winner, number 7, Sunburnt Senorita. Sunburnt Senorita is a 2-year-old Bay filly, a daughter of Southwind Chrome. Out of the Pizzazz Bear, Fox Valley Bling. Here's win number 2 in 6 career starts for the filly, Sunburnt Senorita. A homebred, bred and owned by Team Grummel, Kurt, Craig, and Leo. Trained and driven to victory by Kurt Grummel. Here's the official placings from race 3. Illustrious Diamond 6th. Zamboni finished 3rd. Best Bet Betting Valor 4th. Lose a Venom got the nickel. Arcade's Dictator 7th. Lose a Transporter up for 2nd. Sunburnt Senorita, your race winner. Rechecking top down at 6, 3, 4, 5, 7, 2, and 1 on the bottom. The fractions were 30 and 1. The half 101 and 1. 3/4 time 131 flat. And the winning time here today for Sunburnt Senorita, 2 minutes, 4/5. All right, barn area, bring them out for race 4. Going back to the pace, it's our featured event of the day. The purse is $6,000. ICF 2-year-old pacing fillies, our feature of the day. Race 4, it's a field of 7. Noted driver change for number 6, Val Diona. Make the driver Jaquavian Carter. Jaquavian Carter drives number 6, Val Diona, in the upcoming 4th race. It's our feature. Bring them out. Race 4 up next.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure. The best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Well, there's always that saying, better late than never, and we want to wish a happy belated birthday to our shoer here at the Quoin, Rusty Copsey. Rusty, a happy belated birthday to you. He celebrated his birthday last week, and due to my problems, I forgot to wish him the happy birthday. So once again, a happy belated birthday to our shoer, Rusty Copsey. Horses making their way onto the racetrack now for the fourth race. It's our featured event of the day, $6,000 on the line. ICF 2-year-old pacing the fillies, a field of 7. Note the driver change to number 6, Val Diona, make the driver Jaquavian Carter. Let's meet this field of 7. The 1 is Arcades Farrell's Cheryl, owned by MM&D Racing. Roshan Trigg trains. Juan Franco will drive. 2, Fox Valley Mai Tai, owned by Dave Avanetti, Emma Avanetti, and Kevin Neefeld. Dave Avanetti trains. Wyatt Avanetti will drive. 3, Super Sage, owned by Stevana Turner. John Fletcher trains. Casey Leonard will catch drive. The 4, Fox Valley Barbie, owned by Kevin Miller, Bart Seals, and Mrs. Penny White, trained by Kevin Miller, Brandon Bates in the driver's seat. The 5 is Incredible Coquette, owned by Carla Santos and Elisa Rodriguez. Alexander Conte trains. Travis Seekman, the pilot. 6 is Val Diona, owned by Marvin Chandler, trained by Charles Arthur. Note the driver change to Jaquavian Carter. And the 7 is Wanda Woman, owned by Shelley Graham. Tom Graham Jr. trains. Cordarius Stewart will drive. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. It's a field of 7. ICF 2-year-old pacing fillies the feature. 6,000 on the line. Suburban Downs at Quoin. Race 4. Race time. There they go. Often pacing except for the 7, Wanda Woman jumped it off before the start as they race into the first turn. Fox Valley Mai Tai is going to come away with an early lead, continuing to drive on. That's a Fox Valley Barbie up on the outside. Incredible Coquette shopping for a spot third. RK's Farrell Cheryl there on the inside fourth. A length and a half to Super Sage followed there. Then it's a Val Diona racing in 6, back pacing and catching up to the field already. That's the trailer, Wanda Woman. As they approach the opening quarter, Fox Valley Mai Tai teaming up here. Wyatt Avenetti's got the lead. Fox Valley Barbie and Bates tracking at the leader. A length and a half to Incredible Coquette, who goes along in third. The opening quarter, Sensible, just 30 seconds flat. So as they straighten out and head down to the half-mile pole, they're in single file alignment, kind of strung out a little here as they head to the half. That is a Fox Valley Mai Tai calling the shot still, leading that way here to the half-mile pole. Back in a second, that's a Fox Valley Barbie, who appears to have plenty of pace right now. Back in third, Incredible Coquette, still on hold for Seekman. Juan Franco and Arceza Farrell Cheryl is fourth, 4 off the lead. The half in just a minute and 4/5. Well rated here, 30 and 4. A second quarter, less than 3/8 to go. And that's a Fox Valley Mai Tai. Avanetti teaming up here to look for 2 today. That is a Fox Valley Barbie, who appears to be the danger as Bates was thinking about popping the pocket. Right there in third, Incredible Coquette. Absolutely nothing happening in the backfield. Coming down to these 3 as they come spinning out of the turn. 3/4, 129 and 1. Fox Valley Barbie now slingshotting out of the pocket with that lead and takes that lead away. A late rally from Incredible Coquette, and now back to third, Fox Valley Mai Tai. In deep stretch though, it's Bates and Fox Valley Barbie to win it. Incredible Coquette was second best today. Then Fox Valley Mai Tai about 4 lengths back. That was Wanda Woman. A nice recovery to get up for 4th. 5th, that will be then Super Sage. Winning time coming up, Fox Valley Barbie. 156 and 1. Race 4 is officially a race winner, scoring out of the perfect pocket trip here today. Number 4, Fox Valley Barbie. Fox Valley Barbie, a 2-year-old bay filly, a daughter of some star somewhere. Out of an American Ideal mare, she's a hot mess. How about 10 wins from 20 starts in her rookie campaign for Fox Valley Barbie, and none faster than this one here today. Fox Valley Barbie, bred by the Fox Valley Standardbreds of Illinois, owned by Kevin Miller, Bart Seals, and Mrs. Penny White, trained by Kevin Miller, driven to victory by Brandon Bates. Fox Valley Barbie, a $7,500 yearling purchase at the Walker sale. Also note that the time of 1:56:01, that's a brand new life mark for Fox Valley Barbie. The official placings from race 4, RK's of Farrell Cheryl 6th, Fox Valley Mai Tai 3rd, and Super Sage wound up 5th. Fox Valley Barbie, your race featured winner. Incredible Coquette was 2nd, Valdiona wound up 7th, Wanda Woman finished 4th. Recheck top down 6, 3, 5, 1, 2, 7, and 4 on the bottom. The fractions 30 flat, the half in a minute and 4/5. 3/4, 1:29 and 1. A winning time here today, once again, a life best, Fox Valley Barbie, 1:56 and 1. All right, barn area, moving along. Let's bring them out for race 5. We've got conditioned fillies and mares on the pace. Field of 6 coming up. Bring them out. Race 5, the 5th race, is up next. Horses making their way onto the racetrack now for the fifth race. Condition fillies and mares lining up in here. No changes to report, half a dozen lining up. They include the one Boca Chica, owned and trained by Mike Brandon Bates, looks to go back-to-back. 2 Lavender Haze, owned by Daryl Tilford. Jamaica Patton trains. Juan Franco will catch drive. The 3 is Some Red Hot Star, owned by Brendan Potts. Steve Halford trains and drives. 4, What's Up, You Tell Me, owned, trained, and driven by Charles Arthur. 5, See You Somewhere, owned by Bernie and Deb Paul. Jerry Hansen trains. Cordarius Stewart will catch drive. And rounding out the field, a 6, A Real Faith, owned and trained by Doug Graham. Jaquavian Carter in the driver's seat. Starters called for the horses. Still line up. Gates rolling. Half a dozen condition fillies and mares all on gate. Suburban Downs at the Quoin, race 5, post time. There they go. Often pacing, good start here. 3 or 4 going for lead, but now on a break just after the start. Lavender Haze jumped it off as they corner into that turn from the far outside. A Real Faith get a swoop on into that lead. What's Up, You Tell Me, got away second. A gap of 2 to Boca Chica in the third. Still looking for a spot, See You Somewhere, and that's going to open up now as taking a little bit of a hold. They're back in fifth. That's Some Red Hot Star back pacing the trailer. After that break, Lavender Haze just past the opening quarter, and as they head up the backside, that is Jaquavian Carter and A Real Faith cutting this one right there. That is What's Up, You Tell Me, tracking at leader. A gap of 2.5 lengths now to Boca Chica. Opening quarter, 28-2. Another gap of 2 lengths there to See You Somewhere, sitting in fourth, 4 off the lead. And now Bates is on the move from the 3 spot before the half-mile pole. So it is with the inside A Real Faith, but up on the outside comes Boca Chica to call with a half a mile to go. What's Up, You Tell Me is back in third. A gap of 2.5 here. That is then See You Somewhere. On the outside, some Red Hot Star saving ground. Lavender Haze as they race into the far turn. The half 58-2. And from the outside, Boca Chica, but hasn't cleared. Right there fighting back. That's a Real Faith. So now on the outside, stuck first up. That's Boca Chica watching that battle nicely. Right there in third, lurking on the leaders is See You Somewhere. They're past the three-quarter pole. Time 1:26.4. And out of the turn they come. Widest of all, See You Somewhere. Driving up on the outside, Boca Chica hanging tough here with Bates. See You Somewhere. Boca Chica to the inside. See You Somewhere now starting to edge clear in deep stretch. It will be See You Somewhere. And Cordarius Stewart to score over Boca Chica, second best today. Finishing third was a Real Faith. Up for fourth, Lavender Haze. Looked like it was maybe What's Up, You Tell Me, who finished fifth. See You Somewhere. Winning time 1:56.1. Race 5 is in the books. It's the 5, See You Somewhere, scoring the second lifetime victory here for the rookie 3-year-old filly, See You Somewhere. See You Somewhere, a daughter of some star somewhere out of the Western Terror mare, See You at the finish. A 2-time winner now in 8 career starts. This the fastest of those 2 victories. See You Somewhere is a homebred, bred and owned by Bernie and Deb Paul of Mississippi, trained by Jerry Hansen, nicely driven to victory by Cordarius Stewart. Winning time 1:56.1 by 4/5 of a second. That's a brand new life mark for See You Somewhere. The official placings from race 5, Boca Chica second, Lavender Haze fourth, some red hot star wound up sixth. What's Up, You Tell Me fifth. See You Somewhere, your race winner. A Real Faith was third. Rechecking top down 2, 4, 6, 5, 1, and 3 on the bottom. The fractions were 28-2, the half 58-2, 3/4 and 1:26.4. Once again, a new life mark for See You Somewhere today, 1:56.1. All right, we're going to shift gears again and go back to the trot here. We've got condition trotters, high-end condition trotters coming up. Race number 6, Barn Area Race 6 is up next. Horses stepping onto the track now for race 6. We're back on the trot here. Condition trotters lining up. Full field of 8 here, including the 1 Deja Frau, owned by Lonnie Keith, trained and driven by Cornelius Cabot. The 2, This Bro's Got Mojo, owned by Michael Luthi. Trenton Watson trains Ray Gash between the wheels. 3, Diesel Tornado, 1 or 2 from the Kirk Grummel barn. This one owned by Kyle Wolfong, along with Kirk Grummel, who also drives. 4, Luminator is the second of the Kirk Grummel trainees. This one is owned by Craig and Kirk Grummel, along with the Chili Day stables. Mike Rogers will do the driving. The 5 is Moonface Boy, owned and trained by Charles Arthur. Casey Leonard will catch drive. 6, Winning T-Bone, owned by Linda Allhands. Jamaica Patton trains and drives. The 7 is Watch Me Zoom, owned by Shelley Steele, along with the Lily Racing stable. Jerry Hansen trains Cordelia Stewart aboard. And rounding out the field, the 8 is Blazing Star, owned by Sean Butler. Roshan Trigg trains Brandon Bates in the driver's seat. Starters called for the trotters to line up. Gates rolling. It's a field of 8 high-condition trotters all on gate. Suburban Downs at the Quoin, race 6. Race time. There they go. Often trotting Moonface Boy from the center of the track has got it fired up. Toward the inside comes a Diesel Tornado as they round the turn on the far outside. Watch Me Zoom is zooming up on the outside as they race into that turn. Watch Me Zoom driving on the outside. They're yielding as Moonface Boy getting away, racing in third. That's Illuminator, followed by the stablemate Diesel Tornado, who looks it over from fourth. They're on the outside and looking to find the fence there. That's a Deja Farrell. They're past the quarter, heading up the backside. This Bro's Got Mojo got away 6th, 7th. That is a Winning T-Bone, the trailer. Blazing Star. Opening quarter trotted in 29 seconds flat as they head down to the half-a-mile pole, and that is with the lead here. Watch Me Zoom and Cordelia Stewart. They're calling the shots right now. Moonface Boy with Casey Leonard in the catch drive right there, tracking at a leader. Park from the get-go. Deja Deja Frau stuck on the outside for Cornelius Cabot. And now moving to the outside and looking to follow, likely dull cover though. That is a Diesel Tornado. They're now past the half, 59-1, a 30-1, a second quarter as they trot on into that far turn and head to the three-quarter pole. Watch me zoom, trying to give him the slip, but Grummel, and here comes a Diesel Tornado, now looking for the fourth win in his last 5 starts, and all of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he's taken the lead and moved away. It's Diesel Tornado now, turning for home when opening up the lead with each and every stride. 3 quarters, 128-4, midway down the lane here. That is a Diesel Tornado who's just trotting away with that lead. Battle for minor shares here. A late rally, the stablemate Illuminator between the Moonface Boy inside. That is then Watch Me Zoom, but it is all Diesel Tornado. The stablemate finishing a second, Illuminator, then Moonface Boy, followed by Watch Me Zoom. Might have been Blazing Star, who got up for 5th. Large and in charge, Diesel Tornado, 156-4. Race 6 is in the books, the easiest of winners here this afternoon. Number 3, Diesel Tornado. Diesel Tornado's a 3-year-old bay gelding, a son of New Jersey Viking. Out of a Dewey, Cheatham and Howe mare, Chantilly Hall. Never worse than 3rd in its career here with 9 starts now, and 5 of them are winners. A winner of 4 of the last 5. Diesel Tornado, bred by Dr. Ken Rucker along with Jenna Lee Rucker of Wisconsin and Maryland. Diesel Tornado's owned by Kyle Wilfong along with Kurt Grummel. Trained and driven to victory. It's a double on the day for owner, trainer, driver Kurt Grummel. The official placings from race 6. Deja Frau finished 5th. This Bro's Got Mojo was 8th. Diesel Tornado, your race winner. Illuminator, 2nd. Moonface Boy finished 3rd. Winning T-Bone was 7th. Watch Me Zoom wound up 4th. Blazing Star was 6th. Rechecking top down, 5, 8, 1, 2, 3, 7, 4, and 6 on the bottom. The Grummel trainees do go 1, 2. The fractions 29 seconds flat. The half 59-1. 3 quarters 128-4. It's a 28 flat last quarter here today. Diesel Tornado 156-4. All right, Barn Area, you can bring them out for race 7. We've got Condition Pacers coming up next. It's race 7. The 7th race is up next. Don't forget to check out the food concession truck. It's located in the first turn here on the backside. It's open for business. Plenty of food and drink available for all those here in the grandstand and for those on the backside as well.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Horses out on the track now for race 7. Condition Pacers lining up in here. The 1 is our Tyler Town, owned by Bernie and Deb Paul, along with Shelley Steele, and Jerry Hansen trains and Cordelia Stewart will drive. The 2 is Captain Nate. Note the owner line correction here today, owned by Richard Finn, along with Casey and Eric Gronbeck. Richard Finn trains and drives. The 3, Shaveco, owned, trained, and driven by Daryl Moore. The 4 is Ashley Silver Guy, owned by Carol Cox, trained by Mike Rogers. Brandon Bates will catch drive. The 5 is Day of Legends, owned by Bob and Diane McCabe. Bob McCabe trains, Wyatt Avanetti steers. And rounding out the field, the 6, Hey Freaky, owned by the Freaky Luck Stable, trained and driven by Tyler Stevens Clemens. Team DeRouse has called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. A field of 6. Condition Pacers all on gate. Suburban Downs at the Quoin. Race 7. Race time. There they go. Often pacing toward the inside. Shaveco to the outside comes Hey Freaky as they head into that turn. It's Shaveco coming away with an early lead. Hey Freaky on the outside now looking to land into the pocket. That is our Tyler Town who got away racing in third. One from there, Captain Nate. Then it's back to Ashley's a Silver Guy. The early trailer, Day of Legends. They've settled in here. A half a dozen pacers heading to that quarter pole, and they're being led by the newcomer here to the state of Illinois. In from Ohio, that is Shaveco, who's on the motor for Moore. Right there tracking that leader, Hey Freaky. A gap of 2 lengths here to our Tyler Town, who's going along, racing in third, 3 off the lead. Opening quarter, 28-1. In the backfield there, that is a Captain 8 for the new connections. Going along in a fourth for Richard Finn. One from there, Ashley Silver Guy. No movement in the backfield yet. The one who can see them all is Day of Legends. They're approaching the half-mile mark. No change in the entire racing order as they head to the far turn. Shaveco is going to try to go all the way. That is Hey Freaky continuing to track. And now Cordelia Stewart pulled on the line, and he's coming to the outside here with our Tyler Town. Ashley Silver Guy looking to pick up the cover, so the Grays have started that outer flow. The half, 58-2, heading toward the 3/4 pole. On the lead here, that's Shaveco, but now our Tyler Town has taken that lead away. No resistance from Shaveco. Ashley Silver Guy's now moved into it second, and on the outside now into third. That's Day of Legends. Out of the turn they come. 3/4, 127-3, under an all-out drive here. That with the lead is our Tyler Town. Ashley Silver Guy trying to close the gap. A Day of Legends is moving on the far outside, but driving on the inside here with the lead. On the outside, here comes Day of Legends. Yes, Day of Legends gonna win it tight for second. Shaveco comes come back on, along with then in that photo there with our Tyler Town. And then it was back to Ashley Silver Guy and Hey Freaky, but it was Day of Legends coming the fastest of all to get the job done. 156 and 3. Go ahead. 28 and 1. 58 and 2. 27 and 3. 56 and 3. Thank you. Yep. 2, 6, 3, 4, 1, and 5. Okay, that's official. What? Okay. Race 7 is official. Your race winner, number 5, Day of Legends. Day of Legends, a 4-year-old bay gelding by Bit of a Legend. Out of the Sky Dancer Hanover mare, Day of Champions. Came from worst at the quarter to win it here today, and that's now 2 out of the last 3 for Day of Legends. A homebred, bred and owned by Bob and Diane McCabe of Wisconsin. Winning trainer Bob McKay. That's now the 2nd win of the season and 4th lifetime victory for Day of Legends. Driven to victory. That's a double on the afternoon for driver Wyatt Avanetti. The official placings from race 7 are Tyler Town was 2nd, and Captain Nate 6th, Shaveco 3rd. Ashley Silver Guy finished 4th. Day of Legends, your race winner. Hey Freaky got the nickel. Recheck top down, 2, 6, 3, 4, 1, and 5 on the bottom. The fractions were 28 and 1. The half, 58 and 2. 3/4 and 1, 27 and 3. Winning time today, Day of Legends, 156 and 3. All right, barn area, you can bring them out for race 8. We're moving along with this 19 race card. You can bring them out. Race 8, Condition Pacers up next. It's the 8th race up next. Horses making their way onto the racetrack now for the 8th race. Condition pacers lining up here. A field of 7 that include the 1 Peace Prize. Owned by Chupp Racing Stable, trained by Merv Chupp. 1 Franco looks for his 2nd winner today. 2 is I Understand, owned and trained by Kevin Miller. Brandon Bates in the bike looking for his 3rd winner. The 3, Scrappy Coming Up, owned by Leroy Hunt along with Milton Greer. Leroy Hunt trains Matt Avanetti in the driver's seat. The 4 horse is KP's Fast Flight, owned by Marshall Giles. Travis Robinson trains and reigns. The 5 is reserved to parking. Races for Justin and Jackson Robertson. Mike Rogers trains. Jaquavian Carter handles the lines. 6, the Hulkster, owned by Jackson Lloyd, trained and reigned by Richard Finn. And rounding out the field, the 7 is Jimmy DeShark, owned by Dave Williams. Jamaica Patton trains. Cordarius Stewart between the wheels. Number 7, Jimmy DeShark, is delayed to start with an equipment repair. The 7, Jimmy DeShark, off the track for an equipment repair. Jimmy DeShark has returned to the track. Starter calls for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. A field of 7 condition pacers all on gate. Suburban Downs at the Quoin, race 8. Post time. There they go. Often pacing, Scrappy coming up is gunning for that early lead. Along the inside comes a Peace of Pride. Those two vie for the early lead. That along the inside comes I Understand in the third. On the outside trying to move up now. That is to the outside Jimmy DeShark. Toward the inside the Hulkster. Then it's KP's Fast Flight. The one who missed the start by about 5 lengths. The trailer Reserve Parking. As they head to the opening quarter, another lead change coming up here. After Scrappy coming up got the lead. It's a give and go because Juan Franco and Peace Prize are back on the chute here and leading a length and a half from in the 2-hole. Scrappy coming up. That's I Understand who got away in the third. Opening quarter, 29 seconds flat. A gap of 2 there. That's the Hulkster sitting in fourth. 1.5 from there. That is a Jimmy DeShark, who's about 6 off the lead. And then it's back to KP's Fast Flight and Reserve Parking. So they're headed toward the half-mile mark. Juan Franco looking to double up today, and he has got Peace of Prize looking to get back on the winning trail here, leading it a length and a half as they pass the half-mile time coming up here in 58 seconds flat, and Peace Pride starting to slip away a little with 3/8 to go. That leads almost 2.5 now from Scrappy coming up, trying to keep up in a second. Up on the outside now starting to move up as I Understand. A big gap. The Hulksters called it a day. They're now at the 3/4 pole, and Peace Prize is the one to gun down. Scrappy coming up. I Understand has moved to the outside, but still got about 2.5 to make up. 3/4 time, 1:26 flat. It's a 28 flat third quarter, and under an all-out drive is Peace Pride. I Understand is gaining with each and every stride. Midway down the lane, I Understand and Peace Pride, and now starting to edge away at the wire. I Understand. Gonna win it from Peace Pride. The show don't belong to Scrappy coming up. Then Jimmy DeShark fourth, fifth. That will be Reserved Parking. Bates with a third winner today. Final time coming up. I Understand. How about 153 and 4? Gates outside, but still got about 2.5 to make up. Wound up fifth. The Hulkster seventh. Jimmy DeShark, 4th. Recheck, top down, 2, 1, 3, 6, 5, 7, and 4 on the bottom. The fractions, 29 seconds flat. The half, 58 flat. 3/4 in 126. And the mile today for I Understand, 153 and 4. All right, part area, bring them out for race 9. Once again, condition pacers lining up here. Field of 7, no changes to report. Race 9, you can bring them out, Bard area. The 9th race is up next. Horses out of the track now for race 9. A field of 7 lining up in here. Condition pacers. The field includes the 1 Koa, owned by the Chup Racing Stable. Merv Chup trains. Juan Franco aboard. The 2 is Notorious Luck, owned by Anthony Kellerman Jr. along with T. Kellerman and Tegan Sage Racing. Cornelius Cavett trains. Jordan Patton in the bike. 3, he's a Renegade, owned by MM&D Racing. Stan Swisher trains. Wyatt Avenetti will handle the lines. The 4, Copper Teen, owned, trained, and driven by Cordarius Stewart. 5, Mackerel, owned by Daryl and Shermal Moore. Daryl Moore trains and reigns. 6, Dash Around, owned by Clark Fairley, M. Fairley, and Elizabeth Fairley. Clark Fairley's the trainer, Casey Leonard the driver. And rounding out the field of 7 is Captain Warrior, owned by Elijah Bochia along with Jennifer Rogers. Mike Rogers trains. Jaquavian Carter in the driver's seat. Starters called for the horses to light up. Gates rolling. A field of 7 condition pacers all on gate. Suburban Downs at the Quoin, race 9, race time. There they go. Often pacing Mackerel from the center of the track. A dash around even further outside. There to the inside comes the Koa as they corner into that turn. Along the inside, Notorious Luck got away 4th. In 5th, that's He's a Renegade. Back in 6th, Copper Teen. 7th, that's a Captain Warrior. Heading to the opening quarter pole and out there on the motor and winging right now. Mackerel and Daryl Moore have an early lead of 2.5 here. That's a Koa closest pursuer. A gap to about 5 lengths there. That's a dash around in 3rd. It's another 3 more back then. That's Notorious Luck. That first quarter, it's a sizzler. 26 seconds flat as they race midway up the backside. Daryl Moore has got Mackerel on a mission, and we'll see if this one can stand the test of time. Right there, tracking that later, that is a Koa who's getting the perfect 2-hole trip. Back and now only a length and a half here. That's a dash around, and Casey Leonard sitting in 3rd. Still gapped about 5 or 6 lengths. That's Notorious Luck. Then He's a Renegade. Copper Teen's got about 10 to make up. The trailer, Captain Warrior. Here comes the half. How about 54-2, racing midway into the far turn, heading toward the 3/4 pole, and Mackerel and Moore trying to bottom out the field. That lead is a length and a half. Under some urging now, Koa's in a second. A dash around, patiently waits with Casey Leonard. Just 2 to make up now, and now it's 3. Copper Teen starting to rally. They're past the 3/4, 124-1. Out of the turn they coming down the lane, and it is Mackerel under an all-out drive to the outside. Here's Koa further out, dash around, 3 of them. Copper Teen trying to make it a line of 4. They're struggling, but they're looking for the wire. Dash around. Here's Copper Teen on the grandstand side. Cordarius Stewart, Copper Teen. Yes, it is Copper Teen to win it from the dash around. Koa 3rd, and it was hanging on for at least 4th. Was the pace setter there? That was Mackerel. I believe 5th might have been He's a Renegade. Cordarius Stewart and Copper Teen took advantage of the hot fractions, got the job done. Final time, 154-3. Race 9 is in the books, and your winner from well off a hot pace, it's the 4, Coppertine. Coppertine's a 7-year-old bay gelding, a son of American Ideal, out of an All-American native mare, Palettina. It's the 3rd win of the year, 22nd lifetime victory for Coppertine. And Coppertine was bred by the late Bob Key of PA, owned, trained, and driven to victory. Here's the 4th driver today to win a pair, driven to victory by Cordarius Stewart. The official placings from race 9, Koa 3rd, Notorious Luck 6th. He's a Renegade, did finish 5th. Coppertine, your race winner. Mackerel finished 4th, Dash Around 2nd, Captain Warrior 7th. Recheck top down 3, 6, 5, 1, 4, 2, and 7 on the bottom. The fractions were 26 seconds flat. The half 54 and 2. 3/4 time 124 and 1. The winning time today, Coppertine 154 and 3. All right, backside, let's bring them out for race 10. We've got a field of 5 high-end condition pacers lining up here. You can bring them out. Race 10, the 10th race, is up next.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Horses on the track now for the 10th race. Just a field of 5 condition pacers lining up in here, including the one. Took a dive off a dipper, 1 of 2 from the Jim Eaton barn. Now this one owned by Jane Cross, driven by Casey Leonard. 2 is Battlin' Bob, owned by Robert Hart and Chaz Walker, along with Robin Klinger. Bob Walker trains and Travis Siekman will steer. 3, Skyway Goliath, owned by Ernest Sork, along with Noreen and Sean Nessa. Sean Nessa trains. Isaac Love between the wheels. The second of the Jim Eaton trainees is the 4, Hi Ho, He's Silver, owned by Robert Silberberg, Pete Tiernan, Jim Eaton, and Mary Brown. Jim Eaton trains, and Wyatt Evanetti will drive, looking for his 3rd winner today. And the 5 is Fox Valley Boxer, owned by Final Turn and Mark Winship, trained by Rob Ridoff. Corderia Stewart looks for his 3rd winner today. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. It's a field of 5 condition pacers with 3-year-olds all on gate. Suburban Downs at the Quoin race 10. Post time. There they go. Often pacing Skyway Goliath. Battlin' Bob down to the inside now. Took a dive off a dipper as the field rounds the turn. That is took a dive off a dipper. Coming away with the early lead. Battlin' Bob found the 2-hole. Isaac Love stuck on the outside here with Skyway Goliath. And now a hole has opened up. Hi Ho He Silver sitting in a 4th. And Fox Valley Boxer is the trailer. So they're just past the opening quarter here. Casey Leonard took a dive off a dipper. The old timer is cutting this one out today, leading it a length and a half from 1 of 2 3-year-olds in here. One of them is Battlin' Bob, who tracks that a leader. First quarter, sensible, 28-3. That is Skyway Goliath, who's mid-pack in this field of 5, sitting in 3rd. Then Hi Ho He Silver. The trailer continues to be the other 3-year-old, Fox Valley Boxer, but only 5 from the lead. So they're heading toward the half-mile mark and took a dive off a dipper with a half a mile to go. Continues to pave the way. Battlin' Bob very content in that 2-hole. Looking it over from 3rd, yet to move. Skyway Goliath. Hi Ho He Silver's on hold in the 4th. And then from there, Fox Valley Boxer still got 5 to make up. The half, 58 seconds flat, so they're not in that much of a hurry. Took a dive off a dipper. Will likely get tested here with less than 3/8 to go. And now Battlin' Bob looks to pull the trigger with Siekman. And Battlin' Bob has taken that lead away from took a dive off a dipper. Hi Ho He Silver's up on the outside now into 3rd. 3/4 time, 1:26.3. Midway down the lane, Battlin' Bob driving on that lead. Fox Valley Boxer trying to come on. Hi Ho He Silver inside took a dive off a dipper. Deep stretch, Battlin' Bob. Hi Ho He Silver. Battlin' Bob gonna get the job done today. That was Hi Ho He Silver 2nd, Fox Valley Boxer 3rd. Then I believe it was took a dive off dipper and Skyway Goliath. One of the 3-year-olds, Battlin' Bob, got it done. 154-1. Race 10 is in the book, scoring out of the pocket trip today. Number 2, Battlin' Bob. Battlin' Bob, a 3-year-old bay gelding, a son of some star somewhere. From the Duneside Perch mare, Buckle Girl, Bobbat. Back-to-back wins, Springfield to Quoin for Battlin' Bob, now a 6-time winner in 11 starts this year. Now 11 for 22 lifetime. That's a 50% win rate for Battlin' Bob. Battlin' Bob's a homebred, bred by Bob and Hart Walker, who co-own along with Robin Klinger and Chaz Walker. Battlin' Bob, trained by Bob Walker, driven to victory by Travis Siekman. The official placings from race 10 took a dive off. A dipper was 4th. Battlin' Bob, your race winner. Skyway Goliath finished 5th. Hi-Ho, he's silver, 2nd. Fox Valley Boxer, 3rd. Raycheck top down, 4, 1, 5, 2, and 3. The fractions were 28 and 3. The half, 58 seconds flat. 3/4 in 1:26 and 3. And the winning time today for Battlin' Bob, 1:54 and 1. All right, let's bring them out for race 11. We do have a scratch in here. Scratch the 3. Totally true due to lameness. We're down to a field of 4 in here. So barn area, you can bring them out. Condition pacers for race 11. A field of 4 up next. Horses have made their way onto the racetrack now for the 11th race. Condition pacers lining up in here. Scratch number 3, Totally True, scratch lame. Left with a field of 4 that include the 1, Captain Caramel, owned by Jim Ballinger, trained by Tom Simmons. Brandon Bates will drive. The 2, Legal Liar, owned by Chupp Racing Stable, trained by Merv Chupp. Juan Franco aboard. Scratch the 3. 4, Revelry, races for Jackson Lloyd, trained and driven by Richard Finn. And rounding out this foursome is the 5, Super Shark, owned by George Pollock. Nick Prather trains. Travis Siekman looking to go back to back. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. With the scratch of the 3, Totally True, we're scratched down to a foursome of condition pacers, all on gate. Suburban Downs at Quoin, race 11, race time. There they go. Often pacing Captain Caramel from along the rail. Right alongside comes a Legal Liar, who looks to drop into the pocket as the field has settled in here quickly. A field of 4 sitting in third. That's Super Shark. The early trailers are Revelry. So they're single file. They're heading toward the opening quarter. Bates looking for his third winner today. He's got that's Captain Caramel on the engine. Right there tracking that leader. It's a Legal Liar. A length and a half away to Super Shark, who sits in third, 2.5 from the lead, and Revelry with Richard Finn can see them all. They're now past that opening quarter. It came up in 28 and 2. So they're single file marching down the Quoin backside here, and it is a Captain Caramel holding that lead all length, tracking in that 2-hole trip from the get-go. Legal Liar, no change in the racing order. That is Super Shark, who goes along in third. Revelry can still see them all, about 4 from the leader. So as they head past the half and now race into that far turn, no movement yet in a compact field of 4 as the Bates controls the tempo here, and that is Captain Caramel looking for a 4th win on the year. The half 57 and 2, so just a 29 flat second quarter as they head toward that 3/4 pole. Captain Caramel still not tested yet, tracking in the 2-hole. Legal Liar looking for a 5th win on the year as they're past the 3/4, and now tipping to the outside comes a Super Shark for Siekman, followed by Revelry. They're past the 3/4, 127 flat, coming for home, turn it into a sprint, and that is driving on the lead here. Captain Caramel looking to close that gap on the outside. Here's Legal Liar closing in. Siekman trying to go back to back with Super Shark, but in deep stretch, and here's a late rally from Revelry. At the wire, though, it will be. That is Juan Franco and Legal Liar getting the job done. Finishing second was a very fast closing Revelry. And then I think it was maybe on the inside. That was a Captain Caramel third. And then fourth, the Super Shark. Winning time here, 155 flat. Legal Liar. Race 11 is in the books. Your race winner, the 2 Legal Liar. An 8-year-old bay gelding, a son of Arizona Liar. From the Village Jolt mare, SB Betty's Ideal. It's the 5th win of the year, 20th lifetime victory for Legal Liar. Bred by Gary Lyles of Iowa, Legal Liar is owned by the Chupp Racing Stable, trained by Merv Chupp. Driven to victory, here's the 5th driver today to win a pair. Driven to victory by Juan Franco. The official placings from race 11, Captain Caramel 4th, Legal Liar your race winner, Scratch Totally True, Revelry was 2nd, Super Shark 3rd. Top down reads 4-1 Scratch 2 and 3. The fractions were 28 and 2. The half mile time 57 and 2. 3/4 in 127. The mile today, Legal Liar wins in 155 flat. All right, barn area, we're moving along here on this 19 race card. We're moving into race number 12. We've got condition fillies and mares coming up in race 12. It's a field of 7 with no changes at this time. Race 12, barn area, bring them out. The 12th race is up next. Horses out on the track now for race 12. Condition. Fillies and mares lining up here in race 12. They have a field of 7. And they include the 1 Rusted BB, owned by the Windy City Farm, trained by Nick Prather, Travis Seekman aboard. 2, Arcade's Tony 102 from the Roshan Trigg barn. This one owned by MM&D Racing along with Roshan Trigg, driven by Jaquavian Carter. 3 is Don't Invite Me In, owned by Orion Phillips, who also trains. Richard Finn will handle the lines. The 4, Rockin' Arlene, owned and trained by Wayne Brown and Brandon Bates between the wheels. The 5, Seaside Striker, the second of the Roshan Trigg trainees. This one's owned by Charles Hurst Jr., driven by Casey Leonard. 6, Blaze Shooter, owned by Sidney Kelly. Corderia Stewart trains and reigns. And rounding out the field, the 7, Phillies Revenge, owned by Stevena Turner. John Fletcher trains. Wyatt Avenetti will drive. We've got a recall. We've got a recall here in race 12. Once again, the starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. It's a field of 7. Condition, fillies and mares, all on gate. Suburban Downs at the Quoin, race 12. Post time. There they go. Off and Pacing, Don't Invite Me In, going for the early lead. Far outside, Philly's Revenge. Also driving out of there, Blaze, a shooter. As they corner into that turn, along the inside comes Rusted BB. Followed on the inside there by RK's Tony as they race toward the opening quarter. Philly's Revenge being used to get there, but just cleared into the lead as they approach the first quarter. Back in a second, that is racing second, Don't Invite Me In. It's a length and a half to Rusted BB, going along, gapped a little in third. Then it's back in fourth there. That's Cordelia Stewart teaming up with Blaze, a shooter. And then it's back to RK's Tony, Rock and Arlene, and Seaside Streaker can see them all. First quarter came up 28-2 as the field heads down the backside toward the half, and leading the parade here as they go to the half. That's Wyatt Evanetti looking for a third winner today. That's Philly's Revenge on the lead. In second there, Don't Invite Me In. A length and a half to Rusted BB, looking for 3 wins in a row. Heading toward the far turn now. They are past the half in 57-1. Heading into the far turn. Philly's Revenge is the one to come after. She holds that lead a length from Don't Invite Me In, biding time in the 2-hole. Still a length and a half to Rusted BB. Seekman patiently sits at the rail in third. Now Cordelia Stewart angled to the outside with Blaze Shooter starting to make up a little ground. Got about 3 to make up as they pass the 3-quarter pole. Back in fifth, Arcades Tony. 2 more to Rock and Arlene, and then Seaside Striker. Past 3 quarters, top of the lane they come. 3 quarters, 1:26-1. Down the lane they come, and that's Philly's Revenge clinging to a short lead. And now driving up in between them, here comes a Don't Invite Me In, and on the far outside, Blaze, a shooter, looking for room. Rusted BB as they're midway into the lane at the wire. Don't Invite Me In, gonna win it. Might have been Rusted BB who got second. Finishing third was Blaze Shooter, and then it was close for fourth and fifth. But it was Don't Invite Me In, and Richard Finn getting up to win it. Final time, 1:55. What do you got, Randy? 2, 5, 1, 6, 7, 3, 4. I'm going to repeat that one more time. 2, 5, 1, 6, 7, 3, 4. With the tractor going by. Race 12 is in the books. Your winner, number 3, Don't Invite Me In, a 7-year-old bay mare by Net 10 EOM. Out of the Cam's Card Shark mare, Cam's Dreamer. It's the second win of the year, 13th lifetime victory for Don't Invite Me In. Bred by Menno Loneker along with Roger Melner of Indiana. Don't Invite Me In is owned and trained by Orion Phillips. Driven to victory by Richard Finn. The official placings from race 12. Rusted BB second. RK's Tony finished fifth. Don't Invite Me In, your race winner. Rockin' Arlene sixth. Seaside Striker wound up seventh. Blaze Shooter third. Philly's Revenge was fourth. Recheck top down 2, 5, 1, 6, 7, 3, and 4 on the bottom. Here's the fractions: 28 and 2, half 57 and 1, and 3/4 time 126 and 1. The winning time today for Don't Invite Me In was 155 flat. All right, barn area, we're moving along here on a 19 race card. We've got race 13 coming up. The 13th race, once again, condition fillies and mares on the pace, a field of 6. You can bring them out, barn area. Race 13 is up next.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Horses stepping onto the track now for the 13th race. Once again, condition fillies and mares lining up in here. Half a dozen, including the one, Ashley's Little Angel. 1 or 2 from the Roshan Trigg barn. This one owned by Roshan Trigg and the Flacco family farms. Cordarius Stewart will drive. The 2, Miss Larry, owned by Lester Detweiler, along with MM&D Racing. Stan Swisher trains, Jordan Patton in the bike. 3, Can't Stay Too Long, the second of the Roshan Trigg trainees. This one owned by Charles Hurst Jr., driven by Casey Leonard. The 4 is Lottie's Web, owned by Stephen Thompson along with Thompson Racing LLC. Steve Halford trains and reigns. The 5, Bushy, owned by the Windy City Farm, trained by Nick Prather, Brandon Bates between the wheels. And rounding out the field, the 6 is Adelicia, owned by Ron Phillips, Ryan Spirrell, and Jamaica Patton, who also trains. Travis Seekman in the driver's seat. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. Half a dozen condition fillies and mares all on gate. Suburban Downs at the Quoin, race 13. Race time. There they go. Often pacing, 3 of them vying for that early lead, but from the center of the track comes the Lottie's Web, far outside at Alicia, and there along the inside it's a Miss Larry coming away 3rd. Can't Stay Too Long in a 4th. Ashley's Little Angel got away 5th, taking back to last. That is Bushy. They're midway into the turn, headed to the quarter pole, and it is Travis Seekman teaming up with Adelicia on the front end. It's a 2-hole ride here at the quarter pole for Lottie's Web. Racing in 3rd, that's a Miss Larry, a length and a half. Can't Stay Too Long looks it over from 4th, about 4 off the lead. That first quarter came up in 28-1. Sitting back in 5th, that's Ashley's Little Angel. No movement yet. The trailer continues to be Bushy, 7 from the lead. So they're headed to the half-mile mark. Seekman looking to double up to join the other drivers with pairs here today, leading the way to the half-mile mark with Alicia. That's Steve Halford tracking with Lottie's Webb in a perfect two-hole ride. Still on hold, Miss Larry with Patton aboard. Now to the outside, starting to make up a little ground here. That on the outside and on the move is Boucher. They went by the half in 59 seconds flat. Field tightening up a little here. Alicia holds that lead 3 parts of a length. Up on the wheel of the leader comes Boucher. Bates looking for his third. Lottie's Webb tucked up in the pocket third. Up on the outside, gapping the outer flow now. Ashley's Little Angel backpedaling on the inside there. Miss Larry to the outside. That's Can't Stay Too Long. 3/4 times coming up in 1:28 and 3. Out of the turn and kicking for home. Under a drive here, holding a short lead now on the inside. Alicia trying to gun that one down. Up on the outside, Bushy, but needs a little more racetrack here as they hit the wire. Bushy, Alicia gonna win it from a close Bushy second. Lottie's Webb's gonna get the show dough, and then it was Can't Stay Too Long fourth, close for fifth in a photo there. That was Ashley's Little Angel and Miss Larry. No doubt, Seekman doubled up. Alicia, coast to coast. Final time coming up. The final time will come up momentarily. Once again, the final time will be coming up momentarily. Making sure I wrote them down right. Top down. I wasn't sure what the 1 and 2 were. 5, 6, 4, 3, 2, 1. Check. Race 13 is in the books and going coast to coast. Number 6, Alicia. Alicia is a 4-year-old bay mare by Time to Roll out of an incredible finale mare, Kyra Revrak. 3rd win of the year, 11th lifetime victory for Alicia. Alicia, bred and co-owned by Ron Phillips, along with Ryan Spurl and Jamaica Patton. Winning trainer, Jamaica Patton. Here's another driver to double up today. Driven to victory. It's a double for Travis Seekman. The official placings from the 13th. Ashley's Little Angel finished 5th. Miss Larry 6th. Can't Stay Too Long 4th. Lottie's Webb 3rd. Bushy 2nd. Alicia, your race winner. Recheck top down. It's 5, 6, 4, 3, 2, 1 on the bottom. The fractions were 28 and 1. The half 59 flat. three-quarter time was 1:28.3. It's a 27 flat last quarter here today at Alicia. The winning time 1:55.3. Once again, winning final time here in race 13 1:55.3. All right, barn area, you can bring them out for race 14. That's up next. The 14th race. We've got high-end condition pacers coming up. Bring them out. Race 14 up next. Once again, a special thanks to the IHHA for sponsoring our live stream of races here today. Once again, a special thank you to Don and the team at Trot and Pace Marketing for the excellent job they do live streaming all of our races here in the state of Illinois. Also, a special thanks to the track crew who have kept this track in excellent condition throughout the entire season, as we will be wrapping up our racing season here into Quoin here this afternoon. And don't forget, there's a couple of more days still to go. We're going to go back to Springfield next week, Thursday and Friday. That's Thursday and Friday of next week in Springfield. And once again, that start time, Central Standard Time, is 12 o'clock. Once again, a special thanks to all of our harness racing officials as well for their work here on this 19-race marathon. Horses making their way onto the racetrack now for the 14th race. Condition pacers lining up in here. Field of 7, including the 1, Fox Valley Jupiter. Owned and trained by Elizabeth Finn. Cornelius Cabot will drive. The 2, Beyond Dazzling, 1 of 2 from the Rick Schrock barn. This one's owned by Three's a Crowd Stable, driven by Casey Leonard. The second of the Schrock trainees is the 3, Dreamin' of Being a Winner, also owned by the Three's a Crowd Stable. Cordarius Stewart will handle the lines. The 4 is Fox Valley End Zone, owned and trained by Tennis Saltzgaver. Matt Avanetti steers. The 5 is That's the Star, owned by Tom Lawwinger. Jamaica Patton trains, and Juan Franco does the driving. 6, Soul on Fire, owned by the Chupp Racing Stable, along with Nancy and Don Musalami. Merv Chupp trains, Brandon Bates in the bike. And rounding out the field, the 7 is Crescent Roller, owned by Catherine Ritzel. Steve Halford trains and drives. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. A field of 7 condition pacers, all on gate. Suburban Downs at Quoin, race 14 of 19. Post time. There they go. Often pacing off to a good start here. 4 or 5 leaving as they race into that turn. It's Fox Valley End Zone cornering with an early lead. 3 deep in the turn, far outside. Driving on Crescent Roller. There to the inside, getting away, racing in third. That's Fox Valley Jupiter as they head toward the opening quarter. Back racing in fourth. That's Soul on Fire. A gap of 2 then to Beyond Dazzling. The stablemates to the outside of that one, dreaming of being a winner. And the early trailer here, That's the Star. So they're past the quarter and straightening out for the backside. That first quarter came up 27-4. So as they march on down to the half-mile pole, Steve Halford used a little to get to the lead, but is now leading the way here a length and a half with Crescent Roller. They're tracking in that 2-hole. It's Fox Valley End Zone. There's a gap of 2 lengths now. That's Fox Valley Jupiter going along in third. Now about 4 from the lead as they just passed the half-mile pole. Dreaming Dreamin' of Bina, Winner and Cordelia Stewart have started the journey up on the outside, looking to pick up the cover there. That's the Star, and getting shuffled along the inside, Soul on a Fire, and now to the outside, angling out of there is Beyond Dazzling. The one backpedaling is a Fox Valley Jupiter. They're past the half, 57-3, as they head to the three-quarter pole. They haven't solved the problem. Crescent Roller looking strong here with a quarter mile to go. That lead is two, and Halford starts to go to work. Here up on the outside comes Dreamin' of Being a Winner, is now closing much ground on the far outside. Midway down the lane here, three quarters, 126-2. Dreamin' of Being a Winner has grabbed a short lead, but digging back in on the inside, Crescent Roller, Dreamin' of Being a Winner. These two, they're split apart, but at the wire, it's going to be tight on the wire. Looked like Crescent Roller held on over Dreamin' of Being a Winner. His stablemate Beyond Dazzling got up for the show dough, and then it was close for fourth. It was either Fox Valley End Zone or That's the Star, but it appeared that Crescent Roller sealed the deal and went all the way. 155. Is now closing. Second, Fox Valley End Zone fifth. That's the Star was fourth. Soul on Fire finished seventh. Crescent Roller was your race winner. Rechecking top down at 6-3-2, 5-4-7, and 1 on the bottom. The fractions 27-4, the half 57-3, the three quarters 126-2. The winning time today, Crescent Roller 155 flat. All right, barn area, bring them out for race 15. We've got condition pacers coming up. It's a field of 5. Bring them on out. Race 15 up next. Like to remind our horsemen here today, we want to thank them for all they've done here this afternoon on this Marathon 19 race card. But as we look at our clocks here, we've got about an hour and 15 minutes left of sunlight, and we're going to need to try and speed them up if we can. So we ask for your cooperation backside. We've got about a little more than an hour and 15 minutes of daylight here, and we've still got 5 to go. So we appreciate it if you can get these horses out on the track ASP. So once again, as part of the problem here, not sure if we can use lights, but anyways, we still want to do it with the daylight here, and we've got about an hour and 15 minutes. So once again, we ask you for your cooperation. Bring these horses out as soon as possible. Horses making their way onto the racetrack now for the 15th race, a field of 5. Condition pacers lining up in here. The field of 5 include the 1 Cosmic Mega Playboy, owned by Betty Landman, trained by Stan Swisher. Travis Seekman will drive. 2's Another Legend, owned by Bob and Diane McCabe. Bob McCabe trains and Casey Leonard steers. 3 is Our NATO, owned by Amy Richardson. Ray Hanna trains, Matt Avanetti catch drives. And the 4 Speed Minded, 1 of 2 for the Steve Halford barn. And this one is owned by Richard Dobson, driven by Brandon Bates. And the other Steve Halford trainee is the 5 Starman, owned, trained, and driven by Steve Halford. Team DeRouse has called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. It's a field of 5 conditioned pacers all on gate. Suburban Downs at the Quoin, race 15, post time. There they go. Often pacing Arnado from the center of the track. Far outside comes Starman as they corner into that turn. Toward the inside's another Legend. And now as they corner with that lead, it is Arnado getting the lead. Starman's up on the outside trying to drive on. There to the inside and filling up a hole right now, another Legend. There's a gap of about 3 lengths here. Back in the fourth. That's a Cosmic Mega Playboy, the early trailer, speed-minded as they pass the quarter and now head up the backside. Matt Avanetti and Arnado's got that lead of a length. Another Legend came away in the 2-hole, but Casey Leonard wants nothing to do with the 2-hole here, and he's pulling out of that pocket and looking to take over and call the shots from here. So it's now another Legend taking over. Arnado is back to second, gap 2 there. That's a Starman. It's another 2.5 there. Back in the fourth is Cosmic Mega Playboy, the trailer, speed-minded. Just past the half after an opening quarter of 27-3. The half-mile time is coming up, but meanwhile, Casey Leonard and another Legend continuing to pave the way. The half here, 56-3. A 29 flat second quarter as they race toward the 3/4 pole. That's another Legend looking to get back on the winning track after defeat last time out. Right there tracking though is Arnado getting the perfect trip and now going to pull the trigger. Matt Avanetti and Arnado coming out of the hole. That is Starman back in third. 3/4 time coming up in 1:25-4. Midway down the lane, another Legend driving on that lead. Here on the far outside, trying to close that gap now. That speed-minded and now driving on Arnado, but they're not going to catch him today. It's another Legend in front to win it. Arnado second. That was up for third. A speed-minded. That is close for fourth here between Starman and Cosmic Mega Playboy. Casey Leonard's on the board. Another Legend. 154-1. Attention barn area, you can bring them out for race 16. We're ready to go. You can bring them out for race 16. Once again, we're cutting it close for daylight. Bring them out for race 16. Race 15 is in the books. Number 2, another Legend, your race winner. 3-year-old bay gelding by Bit of a Legend. Out of the Skydancer Hanover mare, Day of Champions. Back on the winning track here. That's the second win in 6 career starts for the 3-year-old, another Legend. It's a homebred and 2 winners on the day for both Bob and Diane McCabe. Winning trainer, Bob McKay. Driven to victory by Casey Leonard. And note the time of 1:54-1 by more than 2 full seconds. That's a brand new life mark for another Legend. Top down reads Cosmic Mega Playboy fourth. Another legend, your race winner. Arnado second. Speed Minded wound up third. Starman finished fifth. So rechecking top down 4, 1, 2, 3, and 5. The fractions 27 and 3. The half 56 and 3. Three-quarter time 125 and 4. And the winning time today, once again, a brand new life mark. The McCabe's have doubled up 154 and 1. Once again, barn area, you can bring them out. Race 16. Race 16 is up next. A field of 7 to go postward. And then we're going to close it out with 3 consecutive trots. Once again, we're cutting it close. We appreciate you hustling up and bringing these horses out in time so we can get done before the darkness sets in.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Horses making their way onto the racetrack now for the 16th race. Condition fillies and mares in here, a field of 7. And they include the 1, Rockin' Fay, owned and trained by Wayne Brown. Brandon Bates will drive. The 2 is Fox Valley Starlet, owned by Final Turn, along with Mark Winship and Rob Ridoff, who also trains. Casey Leonard steers. 3, that's Cachet, owned by Tom Law, Winger, Jamaica Patton trains. Juan Franco catch drives. The 4, Robintino, races for Cole Prather, trained by Nick Prather. Wyatt Avenetti in the bike. 5, Red Clover, owned by Carol and Diane Hayes. Carol Hayes trains. Cordarius Stewart steers. 6, Fox Valley Tasha, owned and trained by Tanner Saltzgaber. Travis Siekman, the pilot. And rounding out the field, 7, Bing, 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 owned by Phil and Sherry Cotton. Phil Cotton trains. Matt Avenetti in the driver's seat. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. A field of 7 condition fillies and mares all on gate. Suburban Downs at the Quoin, race 16. Race time. There they go. Often pacing from the center of the track, Robintino far outside. Comes Fox Valley, Tasha, and also driving out of there now, coming up along the inside is Robintino. But that's Fox Valley Tasha, quickest of all, midway into that first turn. So Fox Valley Tasha has taken that early lead and opens up an early lead of 2 here. Robintino got away second. That's Rockin' Fay who looks it over from the third. There's a gap of about 2.5 now. Racing next. That is along the inside, Fox Valley Starlet. They're past that quarter. A gap of 2 more then to That's a Cachet, followed by Red Clover. Bing, bing, bing. Can see them all. First quarter, 28-1. The field's marching down the backside toward the half. And with the lead here, that is a Fox Valley, Tasha. And Travis Siekman looking for another winner today, leading the way toward the half-mile mark. Continuing to track in second, Wyatt Avenetti looking for 3. He's got Robintino set up nicely in that pocket trip. Going along, racing in third. That's a Rockin' Fay looking to continue some winning ways here as Bates looks for his third winner. Casey Leonard is there with Fox Valley Starlet in fourth. They went by the half in 57-2. Racing midway into that turn now, headed toward the 3/4 pole. Here comes Robintino, popped out of the pocket, a deuce pop here, and takes that lead away up on the outside. Now Rockin' Fay gonna chase that one down. Up on the outside, looking to make up a little ground. That is a Fox Valley Starlet. Backing up Fox Valley Tasha. 3/4 time came up 1:25-3. Heads are turning for home. Robintino in the pink has got that lead. It's a length and a half on the far outside, trying to close the gap. That's Fox Valley Starlet, but running out of time in deep stretch here. Robintino, yes! Wyatt Avenetti going to get the triple here today, finishing a second. That was Fox Valley Starlet, and then along the inside, Fox Valley Tasha came back on to get third, then finishing fourth, Rockin' Fay, fifth, bang, bang, bang. Winning time here, 1:53-3. You can bring out the 17th race. We're ready to go. Race 17. The 17th race, Barn Area, is up next. Bring them out. We're going to close it out with 3 consecutive trots. You can bring them out for race 17. Hang on 1 second here. 426. Yep. 1, 7, 3, and 5. I'm going to do it one more time. 4, 2, 6, 1, 7, 3, 5. Race 16, race winner, the 4, Robintino, a 3-year-old bay filly by Valentino out of a Party at Arts Place mare, Mocking Robin. It's the 3rd win, 2 out of the last 3 for Robintino, now a 7-time winner in 21 lifetime starts. She was bred by Kathy Finn Knitz of Illinois. Robintino's owned by Cole Prather. Winning trainer, Nick Prather. Winning driver, that's a hat trick, the triple on the day for driver Wyatt Avanetti. And note that time, 1:53 and 3. And by far, that is a brand new life mark for Robintino. The official placings from race 16, Rockin' Faye 4th, Fox Valley Starlet 2nd. That's Keshe 6th. Robintino, your race winner. Red Clover wound up 7th. Fox Valley Tasha, the show doe. Bing, 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 the nickel. Recheck top down, 4, 2, 6. 1, 7, 3, and 5 on the bottom. Fractions 28 and 1. Half 57 and 2. 3/4 125 and 3. The final pace of the day, 1:53 and 3. Once again, a new life mark for Robintino. Once again, backside, you can bring them out. Race 17. We're moving to the trot here. Condition trotters coming up now, and they are going to close out the card. We've got 3 consecutive condition trots coming up to you. Race 17 here up next. Please note, we do have a scratch in this 17th race. Scratch the 5, toughest of the tough transportation scratch. Also a driver change in the 17th race. Just in, the 8 Lose Raptor. Make that driver Brandon Bates. Brandon Bates will now drive number 8 Lose Raptor in this upcoming 17th race. Trotters have made their way onto the racetrack for the 17th of 19 races here this afternoon. In this upcoming 17th race, scratch the 5, toughest of the tough. That's a transportation scratch. Note the driver change to number 8, Loser Raptor, make the driver Brandon Bates. Here's the field for race 17, the 1 Alibaba, owned by Robert Silverberg along with Dave Brown. Jim Eaton trains and Wyatt Avanetti looks for a 4th winner today. The 2 is Gypsy Rose Lou, 1 of 2 from the Kurt Grummel barn. And this one owned by Dr. Patrick Graham, driven by Kurt Grummel. 3, Deacon David, owned by Ernest Sork along with Sean and Noreen Nessa. Sean Nessa trains Isaac Love between the wheels. The second of the Grummel trainees is the 4, Sunburnt and Silverado, owned by the Grummels, Kurt, Craig, and Leo, driven by Casey Leonard. Scratch the 5. 6 is Lou's Night Vision, races for the Flacco Family Farms, trained by Steve Searle. Travis Seekman looks for his 3rd winner today. The 7 is True Fortune, owned by Milton Greer. Leroy Hunt trains, Matt Avanetti drives. And rounding out the field, the 8, Lou's Raptor, also owned by the Flacco Family Farms. Jill Brown, the trainer. Note the driver change to Brandon Bates. Brandon Bates now steers the 8, Lou's Raptor. Starters called for the Trotters to line up. Gates rolling. With the scratch of the 5, toughest of the tough. We're scratched down now to a field of 7 conditioned Trotters, all on gate. Suburban Downs at Quoin. Race 17. Post time. There they go. Often trotting, True Fortunes leaving from the outside. Loser after the very far outside as they hustle on into that first turn. Along the inside, Alibaba got away close. Up on the outside, looking to drive on now. That's Sunburnt and Silverado. The stablemate is right there on the inside. Gypsy Rose Lou. Along the inside, Deacon David is sitting in 5th. Parked out on the outside was Lou's Raptor. There was no hole. And then along the inside, that is Lou's Night Vision. So they're heading to the quarter pole. And with the lead here, cutting this one out, True Fortune and Matt Avanetti. Alibaba came away with the 2-hole, and now tipping out of the hole, there goes Sunburnt Silverado. As expected, opening quarter just 30-4. So on the win streak of 6 and looking for 7, Sunburnt Silverado gonna take over with Casey Leonard in the bike here today. Sitting in 2nd now is True Fortune. Going along in 3rd, Alibaba. 4th, that's Gypsy Rose Lou. Back in 5th, Deacon David, 5 off the lead. Then it's back to Lou's Raptor, and 1 from there. That is Lou's Night Vision as they head past the half. The half was reached in just 1:01 and 2. Training mile once again today for Sunburnt Silverado. You're going to call the shots here midway through that last turn as they trot to the 3/4 pole. Now tipping off the rail here. That is Alibaba moving to the outside. A True Fortune along the inside. And now Gypsy Rose Lou, but Kurt Grummel already got 2 winners today. He's now angled to the outside. He's 4th. He's about 3 from the stablemate. They went by the 3/4, 131 flat. Out of the turn and trotting for home. It is Casey Leonard and Sunburnt Silverado. Is it going to be 7 wins in a row? Along the inside, True Fortune hanging tough. Gypsy Rose Lou's the far outside, but in mid-stretch here, it's going to be Sunburnt Silverado. Kurt Grummel did get up for 2nd with Gypsy Rose Lou, so Grummel's going to go 1-2 again here today. Finishing 3rd, True Fortune, then Deacon David, and I believe Lou's Raptor might have got up for the nickel. Sunburnt Silverado can't stop this one. 7 in a row, and that's now 13 wins out of 25 lifetime starts. Final time, 158-2. Race 17 is in the books, and as expected, your winner, number 4, Sunburnt Silverado. 7 wins in a row, a 3-year-old bay gelding, a son of Lou's Legacy. From the pizzazz mare, Fox Valley Bing. Bling, Sunburnt Silverado, now a winner 8 times this year from 12 starts, and then throw 4 runner-up finishes in for a pretty exceptional 3-year-old campaign after a pretty good 2-year-old campaign. Sunburnt Silverado, bred and owned by Kurt Craig and Leo Grummel. Winning trainer Kurt Grummel, his 3rd winner of the day as a trainer and owner. Casey Leonard in the bike, and that's a driving double for driver Casey Leonard. Here's the official placings from race 17. Alibaba 6th, and Gypsy Rose Lou 2nd, and Deacon David 4th. Sunburnt Silverado, your race winner. Scratch, toughest of the tough. Lou's Night Vision was 7th. True Fortune finished 3rd. Lou's Raptor wound up 5th. Rechecking top down, 6, 2, 4. 1 scratch, 7, 3, and 5 on the bottom. Final fractions here were 30 and 4. The half 101 and 2. The 3/4 time was 131 flat. And the winning time for Sunburnt Silverado, 158 and 2. All right, barn area, let's bring them out for race 18. The 18th race is up next. Once again, we've got conditioned trotters up next. That's race 18 up next. Your attention, please. A key chain with keys on it, marking future farmers of America. If you've lost a key, it was found in the grass area located just outside that first turn. So, once again, if anyone is looking for their key, a key chain with the FFA key logo on it, Tina Schrock, that's who you have to check out. She's got it for you. It was found in the grass area near the first turn. Trotters out on the track now for the 18th of 19 races here this afternoon. Trotters, conditioned trotters here. The field includes the one Lady True Grit, owned by Carolyn Wiley, along with Mike Perrin. Nick Prather trains Juan Franco aboard. 2 Lose Amazon, one of 2 from the Steve Searle barn. This one owned by the Flacco family farms, driven by Brandon Bates. 3 Dijoma, owned by Lonnie Keith, trained by Cornelius Cabot. Jordan Patton between the wheels. 4 Lose Magnum, owned by the Flacco family farms. Jill Brown trains. Casey Leonard, the pilot. 5 DJ's Midnight, owned by Shelley Steele, Lily Racing, along with Jerry Hansen, who trains. Cordelia Stewart aboard. 6 Tank Me to Dennyland. Dennis Gardner's the owner, trainer. Travis Seekman, the driver. 7 Almost Home, owned by Angelo Alessia, Kurt Grummel, and Sam Dandano. Kurt Grummel trains and drives in the 8 Peekaboo Sal. All Right Racing owns Steve Searle, the second trainee, with Wyatt Avenetti. They've come to the gate, and they are gates rolling. 18th race, Suburban Downs at Quoin. Race time. There they go. Often trotting except for the 2. Lose Amazon jumped it off before the start. Meanwhile, Lady True Grits hustled out of there. Also driving up now quickly comes Tank Me to Dennyland. There along the inside, that's Dijoma, who came away trotting in the 3rd. DJ's Midnight has landed in a 4th. That's Lose a Magnum going along racing in 5th. Then back to Almost Home. A 1 from there, Peekaboo Sal. And after the costly miscue far, far back, Lose Amazon. They're approaching the opening quarter in the 18th of 19 races here at Quoin today, and that's a Lady True Grit. Juan Franco wants a hat trick today, but right there tracking that leader, it's Tank Me to Dennyland. They went that opening quarter in 27 and 3. A very solid tempo here. 2.5 lengths back in 3rd. That's Dijoma. A length and a half to DJ's Midnight, and now gapped another 2.5. That is a Lose a Magnum. 1 from there, Almost Home. Grummel trying to add to his totals today. Right now he's about 10 off the lead, and now has just started that journey up, and then it's back to Peekaboo Sal. Far back, Lose Amazon the half in 56 seconds flat as they head into the turn. It's a 28 and 2 second quarter. All business today. That's Lady True Grit. She's holding that lead a length and a half. In second, Tank Me to Dennyland. A winner 2 starts back. A gap of 4 still. Now DJ's Midnight working it up along the inside, backpedaling a little. That's a Dijoma. Almost Home's got a lot of work to do. They're past 3/4. They're coming out of the turn. 3/4. 125 and 2. Heads are turning for home, and Lady True Grit holds that lead by 2. Up on the outside now, Tank Me to Dennyland getting serious. A grandstand side also moving up. Here is a far outside Peekaboo Sal, who's closing very fast in deep stretch. 3 of them at the wire. On the inside, I think Lady True Grit might have held on over a very fast closing Peekaboo Sal. Between them, Tank Me to Dennyland. Then it was back to Almost Home and DJ's Midnight. Photo coming up, but it might have been Lady True Grit just hanging on. The final time coming up. How about 155 and 4? Yeah, 55-4. Yeah. That's all right, Ron. It's late today. 186 743 5 and 2. Check. The race 18 is in the books, and in the photo, the one Lady True Grit did hold on, taking it gate to wire here today. A 4-year-old bay mare by Lindy's True Grit. Out of a vaporized mare, Lady Mizzou. It's the second win in the last 3 starts. Back-to-back wins here at Quoin for Lady True Grit. 2 wins on the year and now 10 lifetime victories from 20 lifetime starts. Here's another standardbred with a 50% win rate in the racing career. Lady True Grit, a homebred. Bred and owned by Carolyn Wiley along with Michael Perrin. A second win on the day for trainer Nick Prather. How about a hat trick on the day? That's a driving triple for driver Juan Franco. Here's the official placings from the 18th. Lady True Grit, your race winner. Luz Amazon was 8th. Dijoma 6th. Luz Magnum finished 7th. DJ's Midnight 4th. Take Me to Dennyland 3rd. Almost Home 5th. Peekaboo Sal 2nd. Recheck top down 1, 8, 6, 7, 4, 3, 5, and 2 on the bottom. The fractions 27 and 3. Half 56 flat. 3/4 125 and 2. And the winning time today for Lady True Grit 155 and 4. All right, Barney, you bring them out. 19th and final race of the afternoon. You can bring them out. The 19th and final race up next. Now, if somebody comes out warming up, we're in trouble. Once again, we'd like to remind the barn area, please return your saddle pads as soon as you can. Once again, we're asking for all horsemen, please return their saddle pads as soon as possible. We thank you for your cooperation. Saddle pads need to be returned. Just texted, but I texted somebody said true. This was where, oh no, I did say it to him. What are you doing, Don? How many phones you got today? Oh well. Oh, yeah. Texted to Don Shop Marketing, and then I got some other number with something on it. I'm gonna start screening my text. Once again, with this being the final day of racing here in Quoin, we want to thank the Quoin grounds crew, the track crew, everyone involved to make harness racing successful here throughout the summer months here. Special thank you once again to all of those. Also a special thank you to the racing fans for joining us and sticking it out for the 19 race card. Also a special thanks to all of our harness racing officials. We want to thank them for their hard work throughout the entire summer season. We're going to be at Springfield next week, scheduled racing for Thursday and Friday. Also, don't forget to return those saddle pads here tonight, horsemen. We appreciate you returning those saddle pads as soon as possible. Also, a special thanks to the IHHA for sponsoring the live streaming. Once again, a special thanks to Trot and Pace Marketing. Don and the team doing a great job of live streaming the races all summer long. Oh, I forgot to do Tina Schrock. Shit. I forgot. And it goes without saying, also a special thank you to the one and only Tina Schrock. Thank you. Without her, there's nobody here. Nobody. She should run for governor. Yeah, right. Unbelievable. Trotters have made their way onto the racetrack for the 19th and final race of the marathon afternoon. Once again, it is conditioned trotters to close out the day. We've got a field of 6 lining up in here, and they include the 1, Rumble in the Valley, owned by Ron Phillips, trained by Jamaica Patton, driven by Travis Siekman. The 2 horse is Alluring, owned by the Frontier Farms, along with Mike Brink, who also trains Brandon Bates, the driver. 3, Lose Avalon, owned by the Flacco family farm. Steve Searle trains. Wyatt Avanetti handles the lines. The 4, Rock Party, owned by Chup Racing Stable, trained by Merv Chup. Juan Franco drives. The 5 is Shady Maple Bow, owned by Leo Grummel, Dr. Patrick Graham, and the ECS Racing LLC. Kurt Grummel trains and drives. And rounding out the field of 6 is Rain and Shine, owned by Mr. Carol and Diane Hayes. Carol Hayes trains. Cordarius Stewart in the driver's seat. For the final time today, Team DeRose has called for the Trotters to line up. Gates rolling. Half a dozen conditioned trotters all on gate. Suburban Downs at Quoin, 19th and final race. Race time! There they go. Often trotting Rock a Party, gunning out of there toward the inside now. Hustling out as well. Rumble in the Valley as they corner into that turn. That is a Rock a Party coming away with the early lead. Rumble in the Valley did get away in a second. That's Lose Avalon who landed in third. Up on the outside now, moving up there. That is a Rain and Shine. Appearing to be on a line here pretty bad. That is then racing next. Shady Maple Bow as they approach that opening quarter. The early trailer alluring. Past that quarter, heading up the backside one more time today, and it is Juan Franco looking for a fourth winner today as Rock a Party continues to trot with that lead. It's almost two off an opening quarter of 29 and 2. Rock Party leads the way by 2. That's a Rumble in the Valley tracking along in a second, sitting in third. That is Lose Avalon. A little gap of 2.5 here to Rain and Shine in the fourth. That's Shady Maple Bow sitting fifth, and alluring can still see them all about 8 lengths off the lead. Less than a half a mile to go as they trot on into that far turn. They got to come after Juan Franco and Rock Party. Half 58 and 4, back-to-back 29 and 2 quarters as they trot into that far turn and head to the three-quarter pole. Rock a Party has been knocking on the door the last couple of starts, looking to close the deal here today. Now to the outside, that's Rain and Shine who's coming first up for Kadarius Stewart. They're along the inside, Rumble in the Valley, and now Shady Maple Bow is in contention for Grummel, has moved to the outside here, second over, three-quarter time, 128 and 1, out of the turn and headed for home. On the inside, Rock a Party now under an all-out drive. To the outside, Rain and Shine. Far outside, Shady Maple Bow. Rock Party needs to find the wire. To the outside, Rain and Shine. On the far outside, Shady Maple Bow is coming. Shady Maple Bow in a photo here with Rain and Shine. Right there, Rock a Party third. And then it was back to Lose Avalon, followed by Rumble in the Valley. Photo in here. It was appeared to be maybe, just maybe, I think it's too tight to call now. That was Shady Maple Bow and Rain and Shine tight at the light. Final time, 157 flat. For the final time. In the photo number 6, Rain and Shine by a whisker, as we mentioned, tight at the light. But it is the 6 Rain and Shine. Rain and Shine is an 8-year-old bay mare by Cassis out of the Fort Apache Hanover mare, Faith and Trust. It's the 5th win in 14 starts, 25 lifetime victories now for the mare Rain and Shine. A homebred, bred and owned by Carol and Diane Hayes. Winning trainer Carol Hayes. The winning driver, that's a triple on the day. A 3rd winner for driver Cordarius Stewart. Here's the official placings from the finale. Rumble in the Valley 5th, Alluring 6th, Lose Avalon 4th. Time today, Rock Party wound up 3rd, and Shady Maple both 2nd. Rain and Shine, your race winner. Rechecking top down, 5, 6, 4, 3, 2, and 1 on the bottom. The fractions were 29 and 2, half 58 and 4. The 3/4, 128 and 1, and the winning time today for Rain and Shine, 157 flat. Well, that's going to wrap up an afternoon, a marathon afternoon of 19 races here at Quoin today. A reminder once again, racing next week scheduled for Thursday and Friday at Springfield. Once again, the start time Central Standard Time is 12 o'clock. On behalf of all of the officials and all of the horsemen and women, we want to thank everyone for joining us here on track, and for those joining us via live streaming, this is track announcer Rick Couple saying thank you and good night.